Hello, the internet. Oh. You must be the one sent by the Adventurers Guild, yes? Oh, thank goodness. Something dreadful has befallen, well, threatens to befall, the one and only Editha. Jumping right into it, I guess. So I'm learning how to gun break for a while. Oh, you know what? Once I'm done with this conversation, dailies, specifically the squadron dailies. You must be the one sent by the Adventurers Guild, yeah? Oh, thank goodness. Something dreadful has oh, I already read this. You mean to say you are unfamiliar with the most gifted harpsichordist? Oh, I already did all this. Let's see where this is going. You want us to take her for a walk, is that it? That's all we have to do. We should count ourselves lucky. Threatening letter, a brazen attack in a public place. Who knows what will happen next? But she can't stay indoors forever. I say we accept. Splendid. Without any further ado, I shall have Editha prepare for her promenade. We best proceed carefully. If the culprit knows that Lassen Chu asked the Adventurers Guild for help, they can probably deduce that Editha will be coming out of hiding. We should see if anyone bears a grudge against her, so we know what to expect, and we'd better look around the amphitheater for places where an ambusher might hide. It's all good, but I will do this other thing first. I don't have my backwards jump with this class. That's okay. These guys are the ones that I was running around with. She's the one I wasn't doing anything with. These guys stand around weird places. Why are you staring at the wall? Oh, I guess it's a window technically. Okay, it's not so ridiculous, but anywho's it? The squad isn't ready. They're high enough level. It's weird that they're so far below it. Alright, check my... I'm gonna have to insert new things because everybody leveled up. Ugh, it's annoying. So she's the lowest, but she's my highest, my second highest magic. No, highest magic. Mastery only increases with... It's possible it only affects when they're in person too, so I don't know. Alright, second lowest would be this guy. Doesn't really help. Dismiss, I guess, I don't know. Level 37 rogue. Increased XP is kind of cool, but... Well, then I could change his class to something else. It's an interesting concept. Oops. That's what I want to do. Okay. Excuse me. Whoa. Oh, these are blue for the quest, okay. No affair. Certainly do. I would consider myself to be one of her many admirers. In all honesty, I do not care for the way some of the others ogle her. The rumors about Editha receiving death threats are true. One of those lecherous scoundrels must be behind it. Why, yes. Editha has been the talk of Gridania since her debut. Her skill as a musician is without question, although I sense that many of her admirers are more interested in her bizarre stage garb. Simpkin? I wonder who's the suspect. Oh, Editha, even a moment deprived of her sumptuous harmonies is akin to an eternity of unimaginable torment. When, oh when, will she grace me with her splendor once more? Cartridge costs once. Didn't something else have a cartridge cost? Whatever. The hell are you? Leffy, have you met Miss Ondine? She's a harpsichordist, like Editha. That poor girl. What in the world? What is the world coming to? That a gifted and beautiful young performer such as her must hide away for fear of her life. I don't think... whatever. It beggars belief. It must be one of her followers. I've seen the way some of them look at her, and it makes my skin crawl. Fans like that, who needs enemies? So what did the other locals have to say? Yes, most of them think that one of Editha's admirers is to blame. But I sense there's more to it. I think that until we have more information, we should treat everyone with equal suspicion. To be on the safe side, personally, I'd prefer to carry out a more thorough investigation, but we best not keep our clients waiting. Once you're ready, let us return to Lassen Shu. Did that teach me? Why did it send me this message? Editha assures me that she will be ready in 2 shakes of a Ziz's tail. Whatever that means. Ah, my chaperones have arrived. How wonderful. Oh, to finally feel the sun's warming rays. I am reborn. They weren't joking when they called her eccentric. All this prancing about is going to draw unwanted attention. We'd better get this over with as quickly as possible. Sophie, Buffy and I will escort her to the amphitheater. Why don't you stay behind with us and Shu in case we need to hurry back? What? Fine by me. I'll keep an ear out for any signs of danger and come running if you call. Although I was fully prepared to join you in guarding Editha, and even dressed for the occasion, I will defer to your professional opinion and remain here. Promise me that you will keep my sweet Petunia safe. Leave it to us. You ready, Fluffy? La la la! What a beautiful day for a stroll. Hell yeah. We're just going on a walk. Why are we going to the one place where she's associated with? Whatever. Now let's do some frolicking at it though. I don't think I've ever seen it anywhere so blah blah blah. Oh, Gridania is a wonderful place indeed. You should stay a while. Haha, I will give it some thought. Oh, my nose itches now. Is that... It is. It's Editha. Hello. An unwanted distraction. But perhaps they can tell us why those bandits... Something... Speak with Lawson show. What? What's going on? Oh. Okay. Jealous rival. With the rabbit ears. Who goes there? Never you mind. Step away from the girl. Nice and slow. Think not. Frick. I probably should do something in between. Head bandit. Oh, what's her face? My, what a naughty little rabbit. Seems you've wandered too far from your warren. Oops. This will be the last time you walk all over my stage with those grubby little paws of yours. Oops. Alright, so this one... Of course, I just swap it. Anyway. Whoa. Is this how I want this to... Over there. Oh, he's taunting. It's possible that as a tank, I'm more interested in taunt being on my kick button than my kick being on my kick button. I just like to stay consistent so I don't forget what the things do. Oops. Away from Edith. Guess I could shift. No, I kind of want to talk to. Okay. Now take off that mask before I cut it off and your face with it. Hello, Ophelia, or whatever your name was. Opine? Whatever. Person with distinct clothes. Ondine. Might have guessed. But what's Edith ever done to deserve this? That harlot doesn't know the first thing about real music. And she thinks she can steal my fans, my stage, and with those appalling outfits of hers. I won't stand for it. I won't. What happened here? I'd heard that Ondine wasn't exactly a fan of Edith's, but I never thought she'd pay to have her killed. Now we know that the highwaymen in the woods were in on her schemes too. A few days back, they held up Ondine's carriage in the shroud, but she made them an offer worth more than the valuables she was carrying. Mind you, I don't suppose there's many of the bastards left after today. You've done us all a good turn, so if you ever need anything from the gods' quiver, don't hesitate to ask. Now that the danger has passed, Editha will at long last be able to make her triumphant return to Meketo's amphitheater. Still one thing I don't quite understand. Why did those highwaymen attack me and Radovan in the woods? Maybe it was because of your ears? I imagine Ondine told them how much I love wearing my favorite bunny crown. They probably thought you were me. Ho ho. These ones aren't real Vera ears. At least I don't think so. Actually, I was wondering if I might have a word in private with the three of you. But there are four of us. Yes, but only if I include you, which I'm not. Damn. What have I done to deserve such treatment? Well, I suppose a lady is entitled to her secrets. Before I return to my duties, I wish to express my gratitude for your part in today's events. You have both performed admirably. Now that that pesky manager of mine is out of the way, let's go to the Great Loam Growery. Editor. Oh yeah. I'm the poor. Oh right, but I have to be it. You risked life and limb to protect me, so I feel it's only fair that I explain myself. One moment, please. Gasp. What? You mean to say she was a sylph from the very beginning? Oh yes, this one feels much more comfortable now. It's fun to use glamours and play the harpsichord, but a little tiring. This one spent so long in walking one's house. This one nearly died. These ones need the sun's ray to flourish, to live. That is why this one had to go outside, even though dangerous ones were all around. This one hopes helpful ones will understand, and not tell simpering one. Listening ones will be sad if this one can no longer play sweet, sweet music. Secret is safe with us. I'm ever so grateful. Promise you'll come to listen to my harpsichord soon. Yes? Teehee? Not quite the conclusion I was expecting, but a satisfactory one nonetheless. I must say, you've acquitted yourself rather well, Fluffy. Normally takes a lot longer for novices to grasp the fundamental differences between a gunblade and a regular sword. It was originally developed by my people in the Third Astral Era. The march of the Allagan Empire had driven us to the barren wastelands, where even survival was a constant struggle. Our queen, Gunhildur, was closely guarded by loyal soldiers known for the unique swords they wielded. These loyal vassals were known as Gunhildur's Blades, a name that was abbreviated and applied to the most distinctive of their weapons, the gunblade. Meanwhile, the Allagans were developing firearms capable of launching projectiles over great distances. They were similar in appearance to our gunblades. We referred to these weapons as guns, a term which is now commonplace. Okay, sure. Weird backstory retcon situation, but whatever. Well, not retcon, whatever. So effective were these new weapons on the battlefield, the Queen's Guard decided to specialize in smashing through the enemy lines and destroying them as swiftly as possible. Thus did they become known as gunbreakers. Even after the fall of the Allagan Empire, these techniques were passed, hell yeah, to each new generation. My clans are the descendants of Gunhildur's royal guard, although I am all that remains. It is my duty to see that the art of the gunbreaker lives on, even if that means entrusting it to an outsider, such as yourself. If you like history lessons, you two will get along like a house on fire. I'd best leave it there for the time being. I don't want to overwhelm the lad. The best learning is done in the field, however. As pleasant as Gridania is, I am eager to see what the other city-states have to offer. Then may I suggest Ul'dah? Their markets have goods from all over the world, and I'm dying to take a look. Ul'dah it is, then. Sophie and I will go on ahead. When you arrive, seek us out. We shouldn't be hard to find. Oops. Bum 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 dum. Good to finally get away from that noisy marketplace. Not that this watering hole is much quieter. Still, it's a paradise compared to anything you'd find in Garlean territory. I think he's just in a sour mood because he can't find any work. Not wrong there, Sophie. I'll keep looking though. Fluffy, you'd better train by yourself until we find our next client, which, with a little luck, will be soon. Damn. It's a lot of experience. Gunblade level 63. Okay, back to story. Welcome back, Fluffy. I don't know about you, but I'm heartily glad that all the talking is over. I understand that these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak? I doubt I will... I doubt I will ever feel at home in the realm of politics. That said, people have been known to change, and if my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible. Well, as much as I enjoy the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. My brother and the others will not be long. You returned from the council. But what of Alphino? Did some other matter require his attention? Mine apologies, friends. I trust we have not kept you waiting over long. Greetings, everyone. Oh, Krile, how's Nago doing? She will be alright, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tadaru is keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon enough if there's any change in her condition. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I am certain she will make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that. Now, mayhap you would share with us the Council's decision? Each of the nations, Ishgard included, has committed to providing military support to Gridania. The Erosian Alliance will soon have a significant force in the Black Shroud, ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial caught between the Resistance and the Alliance. You cannot, seriously. One does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire. Right. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. Sigh. If only there were some way to reach the Griffin, some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course. May not be entirely unfeasible. There is a network of tunnels beneath Baelsar's wall. Secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Alamigo. May equally serve as a way in. Precisely. If all are in agreement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I am familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want, I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. You would have me, my services are at your disposal. As are mine. It has been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity. 4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Krile and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you, Levelures? I will return to the East Shroud and stand watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worse, it would seem wise to be on hand. Am I to prevail upon you to accompany me, Fluffy? Gridania will be safer for your presence, and while it may not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, might I ask that you remain at the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on? To hold the fort, you mean? Very well, I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you. Why are we holding I guess he said to pass on. Yeah, some messages, although we don't have the link pearls. Seems weird. Yeah. Gotta get my spectacles. If you have any unfinished business in the toll, pray attend to it now. We depart for the Hawthorne hut without delay. A nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view of Baelsar's wall, and I should be interested to speak to the Alliance commanders who have installed themselves at its top. Oh, Fluffy, there you are. Amarasei's spire awaits. The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to apprise us of any developments at the wall. Fancy meeting the two of you here. We were about to set forth. Indeed, I was about to say, 12 watch over you, but I doubt you have need of divine protection, even if you are venturing into enemy territory. White? Okay. Don't worry, Alphino. We'll have the griffin by the scruff of the neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Yida. Ere a moment ago, you seemed ready to shake the griffin by the hand rather than the neck. So which is it to be? 'Twould be best to decide before we enter into negotiations. Trust me, Papalymo. I'll shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part I leave to you. Think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be on our way, shall we? Some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the spire? Our Alliance friends will doubtless have news for us. Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you are here to speak with our commanding officers. You will find them on the observation platform. Pray, proceed. Greetings, my friends. 'Tis good to see you both well. I was hoping you might turn up. I've dragged half the watch here, see? Sight of you might help remind them why we bothered. Memory serves, I've not seen many of you since the day of the grand melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, may I say what an honor it is to stand at your side. 'Tis heartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall? All has been quiet. There goes that. Port, what? 7 hells. Fighting has broken out on top of the wall. A full-scale assault. So the Griffin has made his move. Someone has. What's that supposed to mean? The attackers. They're wearing Grand Company colors. Possible. We gave no such order. Of course. The wall was never the Griffin's target. It was bait. We have been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. If those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think we've launched an offensive. This could mean war. Hell yeah. Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin supporters to slip into Alamigo. Could then incite a rebellion amongst the populace, which the Imperial Reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. Eorzea, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. Buffy, we must make for the wall at once. What, just the two of you? Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from his course, and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It will be dangerous, aye, but the confusion may work to our advantage. If we are careful to avoid the skirmishing, it may yet be possible to reach the Griffin, and if we can do that... Lady Hilda, might I ask that you have an airship ready to bear the Scions to safety? Ha, I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. We must prepare for Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through the storm. Nice of him to easily identify himself. Time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo, force action upon those who have turned their backs to our suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeland. Alamigo will be free, no matter the cost. Probably not the best idea to make an enemy out of the Alliance, but honestly, I don't know why, like, they've attacked us several times. Why are we not? Oh, because I guess it was a rogue legion or whatever. From what Papalimo told me, the trail ahead should lead us into the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives, I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straight ways for the tunnels and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. Know that I would not propose such a course if there were any other way, but the time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path to the Griffin. Make him see reason, by any means necessary. Once we are free of the tunnels, we will make for your position with all due haste, and if everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spirit us all away to safety. I only pray that we have enough time. want to tank. Guess I might as well, but I feel bad because I don't know what I'm doing even as a DPS. Is that somebody talked in the party right before it went into this? So I'm looking for some malevolent force, and it's something that possesses statue with lights. Interesting. Dang, already finished the training. Do I queue up as UPS? I guess so. Baelsar's Wall. What the hell? Why? Drive the bugs from the traveling goblin? Oh, okay. The nibble bugs. They're leaving. Now I can find lots of nanka eggs. Soft, sticky nanka eggs. Gross. Shh, shh. The buzzing stopped. Thank you muchly, Uplander. Now we can gather eggs in peace. Oh. thing making noise. Discord. Oop. Overshot. Suppose you wouldn't know because I capture application audio instead of desktop. Where am I? Who am I? Poor man. Fooled you, master. What a strange feeling to say that to someone so trusting. Is this what it means to deceive? I felt thrill and guilt at the same time. But fooling aside, I wanted to tell you my thought. A daring thought. I wanted to check if... I don't think that was my Discord. I cannot do it without your help. You know our walls are made of clay, yes? They require constant tending. Layers upon layers must be slathered over them over time. The walls of our hive have not hardened like steel, like Loth-Ast Nath. Thin walls mean thin defenses. We succeeded in stealing stockpiles from deep inside Loth-Ast Nath until they became aware of our bold ventures. Now we no longer wish to live as their parasites. We must find our own beds. So we listened to the one mine and followed. They seem to have found other beds of clay in a domain even more dangerous, near the Dragon Tower. Too dangerous for them to take. My thought was, we could try asking the dragons for permission to extract the clay ourselves. This thought was too daring, much too daring. I did not consider it at first, knowing the dragons are at war with the Nath. While the non-mine take care to avoid senseless bloodshed, we are not entirely guiltless. Not guiltless. Yes, we kill dragons too. Traveling to the Dragon Tower on my own would mean certain death. It would surely take me as an enemy, but I remembered something. I heard in my travels. Master, you have spoken to the dragons before, yes? You could escort me to them to ask for permission. Should I succeed in my quest, we can wean ourselves from Loth-Ast Nath entirely. Sustain ourselves. It is worth a try. I will prepare for this daring quest. I do not think any non-mind has come as close to the Dragon Tower as I. Were you not with me? I fear I would soon be dust. And now, to go closer. Senito. Second story. I guess that makes sense. That's where all the dragons are. Well met, friend of Ysael. Thou wished to speak with me. Perplexing. What compellest thou to bring a Nath before me? Great dragon, merciful dragon, forgive my intrusion. It was I who asked Master for an audience. I am not of the Nath. I am an exile, cast away from the colony. I am Vath. The Vath have no appetite for hostilities near our home. We fear the dragons. I came to entreat, to beseech you for help. Boldly spoken, Vath. What wouldst thou ask of me? I, the Deft Arm, would seek to secure clay from the sediment beds in your lands to fortify our walls. Should our walls crumble, the One Mind will surely seize our colony for their own. They could beset your tower with ease. The Nath of the One Mind are foe to us, just as they are to you. Great Drag, will you allow our humble colony to harvest the clay within your domain? Clay is of little worth to us. Be that as it may, I cannot yet grant thy request. Words will not serve as proof. By thy deeds shalt thou demonstrate that thou standest apart from the swarm. Face our enemy, slay the Nath. Slay the Nath? But thou art troubled by the thought? Dost thou refuse? No, Great Dragon, I shall do as you ask. He is indeed unlike his kin, yet how will he fare once forced to confront his fear? If thou art truly friend to him, thou wouldst do well to follow and observe. Assist him with his task. Thou must, but be warned, if he slayeth not a single Nath, we will know. Where the hell? Oh, there it is. What the hell? Oh, this is not good. Not good at all. I cannot possibly fight the One Mind. What have I gotten myself into? This is not about being an adventurer. You do not understand how it feels, Master. You are not Vath. This is not like the other requests. If I do not prove myself, the dragons will devour me. Oh, I wish to be left alone. Hello, Mr. Deft Arm. Master, I... Poor Deft Arm. These whispers, all at once, 100 voices buzzing, buzzing. I cannot move. No, I am myself. I live for my purpose. Begone, I deny you. Hell yeah. Quiet. So quiet. Could it be? I did it. I subdued the one mind's power. I have conquered the foe. They will torment me no longer. I am sure of it, Master. My sense of self is strong enough to withstand them. The white dragon is trusting of Master's word. Perhaps this is enough to allay her suspicions. It's interesting that they were hanging out in this area, despite the whole purpose of this quest being that they don't come to this area because of the dragons. But whatever. Great dragon, I have done as you asked. I have slain the one mine. My own musket. Masker can testify to it. There is no need. From atop the tower did we bear witness to thy deed. Thou hast proven thyself, and thereby earned the right to harvest clay from our lands. Great dragon, the Vath are ever grateful. Should your kin be in need of our assistance, our guild shall come to your aid. Thine offer shall be remembered, Vath. We desire only peace, and any opportunity to strengthen our bonds would be welcome. The Vath shall be careful when crossing the stone tower. We will mark ourselves properly and use a single path. This do we swear, great dragon. I humbly take my leave of you. Good for you, Deft Arm. Now you're friends with the dragon. Although this stink cloud is going to be a little bit awkward now, but whatever. Storyteller, what news I have for you. I have secured beds of clay for the colony. I treated with the great white dragon of the stone tower. She gave us consent to take clay from their domain, all of the clay. You treated with the dragons? On your own? Ah, did you hear that, Fleetfoot? We are parasites no more, and established relations with dragons besides. Deft Arm, you have done it. Hell yeah. But how are you able to accomplish such a thing? Why would the great white dragon spare your life? Master has met the great white dragon before. He introduced me. She was fearsome, with enormous fangs and claws, but generous. Very generous. I completed her trial. I slew the Nath, and their voices vanished. I no longer hear them. Is this true? Did you see him fell the Nath? He did not succumb to the link. This is auspicious news indeed. To become truly of the non-mind, and you were fortunate to have such a compassionate master with you. Without his gracious guidance, such a valiant mission could have turned into a tragic one. I am overjoyed. Yes, overjoyed. We have much cause to celebrate. Nothing can stand in the way of... Deft Arm? Malignant flesh, scourge of our body. It cannot be. You forget your place. You are ever bound to us, ever bound to the Overmind. All are naught but vessels to hold our volition. Have you been using the Deft Arm this entire time? Deformations. Heed well these words. Your existence irritates us. We will suffer it no more. Once you were inconsequential anomalies, sure to perish when abandoned to the wilds. This we allowed, but you survived. You came together. You thrived at our expense. Corrupted flesh sapping us of our strength. We are not without mercy. You will be granted one chance. Return to the colony. Rejoin. Repent. Refuse and be purged. Consider your last decision as Vath. We will not wait much longer. Curse the Overmind, taking over my thoughts as he pleases. We will never obey. He means to destroy us. We must not take his words lightly. There are not enough non-mind nor cannons to withstand a full invasion. Their numbers are far too great. Then we have no choice but to flee, leave the colony behind. We have learned much from our guild. We can survive elsewhere. Do what you will, but we are not leaving Lothast Vath. You cannot mean to stay behind, storyteller. To flee means to live. We will stay. We are the storyteller. Our purpose is to tell our story. Without this sanctuary, there will be no new stories to tell, no storytellers to continue after us. Without Lothast Vath, there will be no non-mind left to feel the joy of individuality as we have. The Overmind will make certain of that. If I abandon the colony, I abandon my true purpose, to help all Vath in need. Forgive me, storyteller. I had forgotten who saved me. It would be shameful to ignore others who would share my same fate. Most shameful. All of us yet draw breath because of the colony. We have become too accustomed to our freedom to submit again to the Overmind. We too will stay and fight to protect our own. So we are to go to war. Is there no other way? No, there must be. I will find it. I must think. Got a statue of a dragon. The dragon's Vanex trying to become clients of the Adventurers Guild. Excellent. Now we add these to the others. And there, the package is ready. Is there no new stuff? Ooh. Interesting, interesting. Uh, I have to freaking. It was 4. No. Was it you have come? What is it you have come? Sup, laugh? How's it going? Nice. What's this guy doing? You're kind of a weirdo, bud. Five main grooms. Is that like magic, physical range, physical melee, tank healer? Wait, that was it was moving. It was alive. Now we have to go back and look at it. Where was he? Oh, up here. Is it like a species of dragon that is gargoyle? Because he's definitely alive. It's not targetable though, which is interesting. Oh, you're just saying that is his lot in life. Okay, I follow. You have a package for me. Ah, yes, I've long awaited its arrival. Amelia, that I must conceal my condition. Ah. I see. So you finished all the quest chains. Oh shit. I saw that the other day on someone else's stream. Where do you get that from? Oh, just a random drop. That's it? I guess, is it hard to do it at gold? Or is it just not a rare mount? Ah. Well, congrats. You saw that it was up on another server or something? Or... Ah. That's clever. Well, if there's a fate tracking website, that might be worth doing. What kind of mount do you get from Snow Catholicism? Mighty King of Dragons. No, he got me. Hee hee. Oops. Return from your expedition into the Lost City. That is well. We, for our part, have at last succeeded in easing the elemental's disquiet. But tell us, Fluffy, what was the nature of the hostile presence that so unsettled them? Extraordinary. It was all but certain that some seed of the darkness had survived. Could not have been more wrong. Certainly do not expect ensorcelled statues, creations of the Amdapori Magi, I imagine. It appears so. They likely began to stir when that fiend was awoken by the weakening seal. Yet that does not explain why the elementals would have cause to fear these ancient sentinels. It seems safe to assume that the Amdapori built them to repel the armies of Mach. To hazard a guess, I would say that the passing of the years has dulled the statue's senses, that they mistook our friends for ethereal beings of a different order. Void scent of the kind employed by the Maki. The elemental's arrival would have seemed like an invasion. That would explain much, yes. Void scent monstrosities and undying guardians of stone. The War of the Magi must have been a conflict of truly terrifying proportions. It is well that these ancient relics have at last been laid to rest. The city's defenses thus disabled, we may safely return to our task of cleansing the ruins. You have our deepest gratitude, Fluffy. Yeah. I think it's kind of funny how my character is right now trying to stop a war as if the Empire considers us not at war anyways. Like, I'm all for finding a peaceful resolution with, like, the dragons, right? But which is like the way we treat the beastmen, which is to say, like, yeah, you can be your own thing, but you exist in our country. It's funny that you move just a little bit faster than it scrolls. What the heck does this mean? Is it because I did something? was that guy. That makes sense. To be honest, I forgot about this guy. Fight one of them if we wanted to. I see. Yeah. I think that might be my favorite part of Dragoon, is the dumb backwards leap and using it as a forward sleep. Yeah, I mean, it's basically the same way I used disengage back in the day, too. I guess these guys hate this guy, too.
You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come. We did it! We showed the bastards! Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea. They die that others may live.
Are they blowing up their own
Vanguards!
troops?
Attack!
7 hells. Do you hear that?
War machines. How did they get here so quickly? Stand your ground! For the resistance!
I understand that that's probably how I'm gonna end up beating those also. But,
There's nowhere to run. We're cut off.
like, you should retreat and find a way to minimize their advantages. When you're fighting a tank, you don't run out into the open. I guess they're a bunch of untrained dudes in their first combat ever. So, what are you gonna do?
Gods help us. What are we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful. Mighty Rolker. Grant us the strength.
Oh, okay. So they did all this to try to inspire them to make a primal. Makes sense.
There you are. As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre.
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Illbird. I should have known.
Hate how every
This has
time
to
I
end.
beat up somebody,
It has to end now.
I never
Do you
kill
not see
them.
your countrymen dying? Have your
It's
ideals rendered you blind even to
stab them in
that?
the neck.
Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand. You truly are a sheltered child, Leverrier.
Nidhogg's eyes.
Yeah.
No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free al amigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power!
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
Only we had ever had a time where he was panting in distress,
An
knocked
ending
out on the ground.
to
Not
mark
knocked
a
out,
new
but
beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
he also threw them off a bridge. That's just what they're good for.
This light, is it...
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
What? Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days!
Ah, Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Tipsmati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalimo! I know how that spell works! It is time to leave!
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go! The further away, the better!
No! If you're staying, then so am I!
No, Ida! There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here, not like this! Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
Huh. I mean, staying doesn't really do anything. As far as I can tell. Except for maybe I get to travel through dimensions or something. I guess I'll trust him. I don't know.
Hilda! I think he means now!
From an organizational standpoint, it doesn't actually decrease our troops any, because he was always just paired up with her anyways. So, you know. If I had done more side story, would I understand their relationship, or is that gonna all come in flashbacks now that he's sacrificed himself? Yeah. They all were, theoretically. I watched a video explaining lore before the reboot, but it didn't really go into them, so I don't know. Why? Oh, what was he even stopping from being summoned? Why didn't they let me stay? Papalyumo is my friend. I should have been there with him. You could see it in his eyes, Ida. He knew what he was doing. It had to be done. Master Louis Swass wore that same look right before the end. Think I don't know that? I know, all right. I know. There's nothing more you could have done. Ilbert caught us all off guard. Even Fluffy was powerless to stop him. I mean, he looked pretty beat on the floor there. It wasn't even one of the Final Fantasy things where you win the fight and then they're like cocky and strutting about. You must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise that you will never forget what Papalyumo strove to protect, or the lessons he tried to teach you. Don't speak to me. Evita with me. Go on. Go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here. Once again, I find myself at a loss for words. Thancred is right. We must return to the Rising Stones and apprise our companions of all of this. Pray, make your way there at once. I will send word to Y'shtola and the others of our imminent return. Is there like a hidden cost to their earbud cell phones? So it seems like we worry way too much about, I don't know, being in person, having a coordinator back home. Would seem you bring ill tidings, brother. Aye, behind the griffin's mask we found the grinning face of an old adversary, Ilberd. I know not how, but he had in his possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual, even as we looked on. Yeah, I suppose they didn't want to have all their exposition dumps be done remotely. Just like managers. They want everybody in person for the culture. I don't understand. To test such a magic requires every ounce of one's aether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed, it was ever a last resort, as I am certain Papalymo is aware. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, even unto the grave. I have as yet been unable to explain how Ilberd came to possess Nidhogg's eyes. Just hang out. What do you... In the depths of the sea of clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind aspected aether rages. No mortal could endure such conditions. Okay, so there is some reason. Mayhap it was the work of an Ascian. But now is not the time for idle speculation. Krile, I have need of your assistance. Aye. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to sense much through the barrier, but I shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let us be about it then. What, without so much as a by your leave? Pray forgive Archon Y'shtola her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of the will to act. A desire to comfort Ida doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. I too must contend with this grievous loss in mine own way. By thy leave, Lady Elisay, I shall honor our fallen colleague through gainful study. There exist writings which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light. don't actually remember the Cocoon of Light. Is that just the thing that just happened? Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poor tribute to Papa Emo's sacrifice. Quite. He says that a lot these days. We must begin preparations to face Ilbert's accursed creation without delay. What time we have was purchased at too dear a price for us to squander it. Ah, Fluffy. I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in the East Shroud remains largely unchanged, meaning we still have no idea how long it will be before communication from the Alliance. One moment. Yes, of course. Our representatives will be present. My thanks. Word from Gridania. Council will shortly be reconvened. The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. They wish to discuss the Primal, of course. As of Y'shtola's last report, the cocoon yet hung above the wall, unchanged. Yes, the Elder Seed Seer doubtless shares our concerns about how long it will remain so. I'm told that Sir Sid Garland has been called in to add his expertise to proceedings. A wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better. Well then, I suggest we leave the Rising Stones into Taru's capable hands and make haste for the Lotus Stand.
A word, if you would, good sir. This place, it is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay, Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes, you're in Eorzea?
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port.
Okay.
Though, 'twould perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Good God, man, are you all right?
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
Welcome, warrior.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
That man's voice
So
does
we must
not
assume that
match
Ilbert's thrice
his
damned
demeanor.
god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon, of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment.
So what did Papalymo do?
Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
But this is the spell that got rid of Bahamut, right? If he's just gonna put up a wall, he probably didn't have to kill himself
Is this
for it.
truly so complex a puzzle?
I don't know.
Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Mm. I guess that's fair.
Who is this man?
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega?
That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartanau since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry.
Pimple eyeballs are so
Whom you have
unpleasant.
the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I'm graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame? Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartanau while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
No, but. So we don't trust him, but we'll do the thing. I mean, I don't trust him. I don't really want to be the one that keeps an eye on him, but whatever.
As will I. I don't like it, but then it doesn't look like we have much choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. 'Twould seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Cartanau and take command of Omega. Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Cartano being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
My blade is yours.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
That was a rather unexpected development, and one which raises a number of questions, not least among them how Nero chanced to learn of the council meeting in the first place. I'm more curious how he just walked through all of the, like, I guess there's no defenses in Gridania? I don't know. What? Question marks. How exciting. Sid and the others are assembling at the airship landing. Alice is already on her way, and it would not do to lag too far behind. Let us be off. Fluffy, Alphino, ready to go? The others have stepped out onto the landing for a moment. Lest you wonder, Nero insisted that he be allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding. You let him? Despite his very timely offer of assistance, the thought of that man poking about in the workings of the ship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself, Alphino. Your sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. She and Yugiri are, well, here they are now. Right, I think that's everyone. Shall I set course for Cartano? Might I ask that we delay our departure slightly? I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak, and I would hear their latest observations ere we proceed. It would seem wise to gain as clear an understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh, I thought time was against us. How foolish of me. Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep you at counsel until such time as you have finished procrastinating. All right. While Alphino speaks with his colleagues, I shall fly the Excelsior over to Mordona, and we can reconvene at the Rising Stones. My apologies for the trouble. I shall visit Y'shtola and the others forthwith, and join you as soon as I am able. Fluffy, pray accompany Alice back to the Rising Stones. I should feel safer knowing you are present to entertain our guest. Right, everyone heading to Mordona is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I'll clear things with the girl at the counter here. Let her know when you're ready to leave. You are traveling with Master Garland, sir. Enterprise Excelsior is right this way. Not quite a door-to-door service, but I couldn't exactly land her in the toll's main square. Shall we adjourn to the Rising Stones, then? So I guess the calamity. I had cataclysm in my head, and I was trying to remember what word they use. Turned this from a plains into a lake somehow. Where'd the water come from? Or is that not Cartano? Somewhere else Cartano? Magic makes the water.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remain behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
Good gods, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, Were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? You, Giddy? You draw steel against the curse of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
So is he just a reskin of the big rock people? He has the same, like, emote as them. Do you remember when I had you meet me at the Diamond Forge and we, ambushed you? I guess I feel like they look somewhat unhuman in the face. Traveling outfit in my spare time. I've only just this moment finished the stitching. You can try it on right now if you like. Alright. I guess I haven't put that much energy into... Okay, so she gave me a dapper suit. Not too snug. It has foot zippers. I'm just saying that, are you? Oh, I can't tell you how much this means to me. To have crafted something worthy of the Warrior of Light is, well, let's just say it makes all the practice worthwhile. I also sewed in a blood pearl charm to, bring you home. May it always protect you. I have a funny monocle now. Can't turn it enough to look at his face. I feel like there's something like... I don't know. I'd be curious to see how hard it is to actually make him look like a normal person, just big. So we have to wake Omega up, right? When do we start? Ida, are you sure that's... I'm sure, yes. I won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I'll feel a lot better if I'm doing something useful. Very well. I will remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Alphino, mayhap you could return to Gridania and assist Y'shtola and Kryl. Fine suggestion. The rest of us will form the Cartano Expedition Party. Nero and I will focus on rousing Omega, while Fluffy, Yida, and our Dolmen friends take care of security. The Excelsior is by the lake just outside town. We'll leave as soon as everyone is ready. Fly, my pretties, fly. We haven't far to go. With any luck, we'll be in Cartano before Gosetsu graces the deck with his dinner. Once there, however, we had best be on our guard. Given that Aline Rael was still active when Omega was discovered, we can be sure that the Empire has long been aware of its existence. And if Nero deemed it the obvious solution to the threat posed by this new primal, it is not impossible that Garlemald might do the same. Have your weapons ready and your wits about you. Something tells me we're flying into a fight. Okay.
Now, where was that? Ah. I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
Its pimple eyeball in that light looks normal.
Of course.
And not
It was no
like a
easy
pimple.
task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland. Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
Of all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
She has pointy sticks now, instead of knives.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
What? Why did this happen? Okay. Captain, why? uh... Surrender. We have you outnumbered. Wouldn't be the first time. Oh, I guess it is a knife. We're just still playing with those soldiers. Suppose I can lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back. The Red Baron. Now end this nonsense. What the? No one told me they'd have Magitech armor. Forward for the Empire. The honorless cur thinks to abandon his men. I shall see that he shares their fate. Pray attend to the rest of his minions. Searching of battles, punishable by death. Speak with Sid. Oh, he's back. Heck, where'd you come from?
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Remarkable. Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing? What do I think?
Nobody's ever asked what she thinks before.
All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do.
Whoa there.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
Pew pew. Big Dragon used surf. It's not very effective. Frog beetle robot. It's more beetle than frog. Kinda looks like the first dragon summon from 10. Ame. Ame. Ah. Shinryu. What was that?
Huh? Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
Not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let's be on our way. Okay. One moment everything was functioning perfectly, and the next it wasn't. Makes no sense. We need to see what happened for ourselves, and soon. Like when you send a thing out to battle, it's not that confusing when you lose contact with it. Like, you'd still need to go figure out what's happening, but it's not like you'd be dumbstruck. Words can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurtling towards the cocoon, everything dissolved into chaos. I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes. Ito, wait. We must first... The Elder Seedseer is expecting us. Worry not, Alphino. Gosetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting. My thanks, Yugiri. The council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste for the lotus stand. All there are eager to hear your testimony. My testimony? I don't know what the hell's going on. Does this lady not have level 60 here? Guess not. The Elder Seedseer awaits you within. It's so sunny here. I've got some stuff from Idlewild before. Friends, full eagerly have we awaited your return. You indeed could have discharged the duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for. You are too kind, Elder Seedseer. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to try, but tell me, how did the battle unfold? We succeeded in waking Omega Eye, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed. But words could do justice to such a scene. None of my choosing, that much is certain. But I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from its midst rose a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the skies over Gurabania. Primal's might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows, and it wielded such magics as I have never seen, and hope never to see again. Battle raged on with no end in sight, until both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to rest somewhere in Alamigan soil. I will not speak for the rest, but to my eye it seemed that each had landed a fatal blow upon the other. While most among us could think only of Bahamut when looking upon the primal's form, the Domans were heard to whisper the name Shinryu. It would appear that the being resembles a creature of Far Eastern legend, and we have found it convenient to refer to it as such. The Shinryu's fate, and indeed that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have, alas, no eyes on the Garabanian side of the border. Which is why we have sent our main force, under the command of Marshal Turpin, to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to secure Gridania's border and assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself will join the Marshal and his men when the council is adjourned. Well, that explains a few things. I'll wager that flash of light coincided with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly re-engaged Omega's stasis systems, so even if it has fallen into the Empire's lap, it will be of no use to them, save perhaps as a statue. Correct. Without me to guide their efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions, if they managed at all. Such reassurances do much to calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is but one of several concerns. Indeed, I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the Resistance representatives in Garabania. Though Ilberd has forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance, given the inevitability of Imperial retaliation, and by working in concert, it is not impossible that Alamigo might finally be wrested from Garlemald's grasp. Hell yeah, let's get it. Must be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest that we retire directly to the Rising Stones, but I wonder if we might first make a small detour. Shtola and the others have gathered at Amarisake's spire, and I imagine that you too would be interested to see what has become of the wall now that the cocoon is gone. It is decided then. Lead on. Wobble, 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 wobble.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilberd's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberd all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She is up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhap she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
But there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too, and I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them. I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lys. When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lys. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
I mean, the foreshadowing in the quests leading up to it was not very subtle. But
War is upon us once more.
It's possible I would have cared
Standing against the Empire.
what person she
You have
was.
chosen a different road, knowing what you know now.
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
Brave of Lys to remove her mask after so long. Though she has scarce begun to come to terms with Papanella's loss, that one act made plain her determination to move forward. And should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her on this road she has resolved to walk. Let us return to the Rising Stones. We have quite a story to tell to Taru and my sister. Oh, okay. That's the credits. You may have mentioned, but Alpha No has apprised me of all that came to pass in Gridania. Your only task now is to rest. This is the calm before the storm. Lys has chosen her path, and as her friends, we must do what we can to support that choice. We are fated to join the conflict in any case. Once the Alliance has taken the wall and opened the way to Garabania, we will have little choice but to fight. Which is not to say the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those whom one might conceivably save is not wisdom, but indolence. Correct? I, for one, look forward to joining hands with the Alamegans and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire. As I rather suspect, do you. She's got my number. That is what I've been saying. I would have done the Alamega thing before the Catholicism thing. Quick march. The Imperials will soon come to their senses, and we must be ready to face their retribution. I mean, I guess the dragons happen. We're very reactive. We're not actually proactive about anything we do. So, whatever. It's almost time, Father. Aye, almost. Stand firm, Pippin. I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No foe would dislodge me. Very well, Ilberd. We'll take our homeland back. or the both of us. My Lord Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. Baelsar's wall has fallen to the Eorzean Alliance. The hunt for Omega and the unknown icon continues. Though both yet elude us, my lord, their battle caused considerable damage across the region. Should we perchance divert some of our forces from the search to undertake necessary reconstruction work? Forgive me, my lord. I did not intend. Your will be done. That's one ominous not giving a shit. Or something. Unknown. My spies tell me the Domans call it Shinryu, and that it proved a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting. What a goofy thing to choose to do. The far edge of fate, the road begins anew. A dawn of liberation, a gathering storm of blood. "5 minutes of fate? What the hell does that mean?
The question is, how will the Empire respond to the disappearance of Omega and the Primal? Oh, I didn't see you there. Forgive me. Word from Baelsar's wall is proving long in the coming, and my mind cannot help but stray to grim places.
Haven't moved since last time you talked to me, but it's fine.
Alphino, a message from the Alliance.
It's about time. Pray summon the others at once.
Yes, sir.
General Uldin reports that his forces have secured the breach in Baelsar's wall.
And what of the Primal and Omega?
There is still no sign of either at this time. He writes that they will begin a more thorough investigation shortly. And, as expected, he wishes to petition the aid of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
As expected.
The Alliance's decision to capture a part of Baelsar's wall is open to interpretation.
What? Open? What?
The wall serves to demarcate Imperial territory, Alamigo included, from the rest of Eorzea. To an observer, the Alliance's actions could be seen as a prelude to invasion.
Indeed. And the Alliance leaders have no wish to be branded invaders.
You're saying they won't fight for Alamigo? Even after everything that's happened?
Not without the consent of her people, no. Make no mistake, Lys. The Alliance is in complete agreement that the Empire must be purged from Eorzea. However, they will not set foot in Gyr Abania until they have formally secured the consent and cooperation of the Alamigan opposition.
They would have us act as intermediaries.
Precisely. The Scions are uniquely qualified to serve in this capacity. That is to say, leases, given her personal connection to the Resistance. Who better than you to broker an agreement between the Alliance and the people of Alamigo? Assuming you are willing, of course.
Of course I am. You know I'd like nothing more.
As for who should accompany you on said diplomatic mission, I had a mind to volunteer myself.
Well, that covers the talking part. But you just know there'll be trouble along the way. Are you available? Thanks. It means a lot knowing you'll be there.
I too shall accompany you. Such endeavors are seldom hampered by a surfeit of healers.
Good He's point. A healer?
Allow me to offer my services as well. I have spent quite enough time here of late, so I'll be coming. But we will need someone to keep an eye on things. I trust you have no objections?
None, my lady. Gladly shall I continue to serve as caretaker of the Waking Sands, and there keep watch for signs of primal and Ascian activity both.
As capable as my learned friend undoubtedly is, there are some troubles that may prove too much for a single scion, on account of which I mean to stay.
It is settled then. Let us each see to our preparations.
Funny little new jingle.
Ready, my friend? Well then, Tataru, I leave the rising stones in your capable hands.
Don't worry, Alphino. I'll see that the place is still standing when you come back.
Mistress Y'shtola has unfolded all. You are bound for Girabania?
Aye. The Alliance would have us make contact with the Alamigan Resistance as soon as possible.
It begins then. As soon it shall in Doma, if the gods are good. 'Tis but a pity it must be now. I am sorry that we shall not be present to fight beside you in the battles to come.
You have stood with us countless times, Lady Yugiri. Pray do not apologize.
Then let us thank you instead. You and yours stood with us from the first, when we came to this land as refugees in search of sanctuary. Loath am I to think what might have become of my people, had you not extended to us the hand of friendship. We will never forget. This I solemnly swear.
Much has changed since first you set foot on these shores. Revenant's Toll stands as a testament to that. I'm sure your people will manage in your absence.
Indeed. They have built a new home for themselves and no longer need me to shepherd them. The time has come for Kozetsu and I to return to our master, to our home.
I know how you feel. It's time I went home too.
Though our battlefields be 1,000 mounds apart, our purpose is one. That all men hearken to the clarion call of freedom, of liberation, from Eorzea to the far east, that they may rise up and cast down the curse of Garlemald.
This man calls his own home the Far
Take care,
East.
you hear me? When all of this is over, we're going to celebrate. Together. Just you wait.
I should like that very much. Fare you well.
Thousand moms apart, yet united in purpose. Let us pray both our endeavors meet with success. Shall we then? Wait, not just yet. I knew I'd forgotten something important. Please, could you come with me? Time for a makeover! But now, alright then, if you insist. What do you think? As you can see, I designed it to be light and loose, an outfit tailor-made to the needs of a skilled fighter like Lys. Your work never ceases to impress. Much more of this, and I may have to stop introducing you as the Scion's receptionist and start referring to you as our preeminent seamstress. It's lovely, Tataru. Thank you. I feel like I could take on a legion. Glad you like it, and with that, I'll delay you no longer. Safe travels. And onward to Ger Albania. Our first stop will be at Amarisse's Spire in the East Shroud. Ba-dum, 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 bum, ba-dum. All are present and accounted for. When you are ready, my friend, pray inform the officer that we wish to proceed to Garabania. Now, the signs of the seventh dawn. You were told to expect you. Shall I summon someone to escort you to the wall? Okay.
I remember crossing the border, standing in Girabania once more. Me and my fellow scions, the warrior of light among us. Behind us, Baelsar's wall cutting the land in two. Freedom on one side, tyranny on the other. Tyranny
Damn.
and the promise of a new beginning. but one that could only be bought with flames and blood.
It really is Dragon Ball Z out here. Got some Raubon. Various new people. Greetings, Scions. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, I welcome you to Castrum Oriens. Thank you, General. We were relieved to hear that your forces secured the wall without incident. Have the Imperials made any attempt to retake the castrum since then? None, save for a few skirmishes between our scouts and their patrols. We've had barely any contact with them, but we all know it's only a matter of time before things escalate. As if attacking Baelsar's wall weren't enough, Ilberd summoned a primal right on their doorstep, and Garlemald is not like to let such shows of defiance go unanswered. It was a declaration of war, even if it was not Ilberd's to make, and now we are bound by it. For weal or for woe, the Scions stand ready to serve, General. What would you ask of us? As stated in my message, the Alliance will not proceed without the support and cooperation of the Alamegan people. We would have you serve as our emissaries and make contact with the Resistance. Consider it done, General. We won't let you down, I swear. Then I'll leave you to it. Godspeed. Ah, of all the Castra in all the world, you walk into mine. Master Garland, what brings you here? Certain missing Allegan weapon and Draconic Primal. Omega and Shinryu, I think the shinobi called it. Anyway, we've been studying their trail of destruction, hoping it might lead us somewhere, which it has singularly failed to do. Then 'tis like Omega fell to earth in occupied territory, meaning it may already be in Imperial hands. Even so, it bears repeating that we engage the stasis systems. Assuming the command was received and executed successfully, the weapon will be of no use to them. Assuming. We should hurry up and find it regardless. All the more reason to reach out to the Resistance. If we want to press on into Garabania, we'll need their blessing. Everyone's counting on us. Let's not waste any more time talking. That was a big number. As you probably heard, there are plenty of factions in the Resistance, so I'm taking us to see the one with the most influence. Their headquarters are located in a place called Ralger's Reach, an old temple to the east of here, across the Velodina River. I learned a route that should allow us to avoid Imperial patrols. Stick with me and we'll be there before you know it. There's a Pip that is different from Pippin. That's funny. Oh yeah, back on the ground. I assume. I didn't actually try. My flightless dragon. Leshy. Still with me? Good. From here, we'll head northeast toward the river. The water's not too deep, so we won't have to swim. Does this do stuff again? Oh, yeah, look at that. Big ol' alligators. Don't see any soldiers. Good. Let's cross. You're wondering about the tower to the south. The old bridge after they fortified it. I call it a great big eyesore. Honestly, you can see that rotten banner from absolutely malms away. Sigh. Never miss a chance to rub our noses in it, do they? Come on, we should keep moving. Hello. We're here. On the other side of this pass is Raglar's Reach. So you say, all I see are rocks. Assume there's some sort of trick to this? Indeed, a glamour. Good eye, Ishtola. Take it they have a talented mage in their ranks, or mayhap an artificer trained in the modification of glamour prisms? Something like that. Important thing is that it fools the Garleans. Oh, before we go in, I don't know if Tataru told you, but my friend Nago, the messenger who came to the Rising Stones, is a member of this faction. So they know us, and they shouldn't attack us on sight. That said, they can be a bit jumpy. So let me lead the way, and don't go reaching for your weapons or anything. How many people do you think have not pressed Z in here? The sprinkle of damasking dust, all is laid bare. I think it's Z. Yeah. Enter the reach.
I remember the old stories. How the Breaker of Worlds came down from on high and cleft the earth with a single blow. Ralga's Reach, a holy place and a fitting home for the resistance, for the brave and the true, the loyal sons and daughters of Alamigo. They were waiting for us there, men and women whose souls still cried out for what was lost, for what could be ours again.
Moshy mosh. And forgive us our precautions, but we couldn't be sure who had crossed the barrier. We see you now for who you are, though. Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Now, I know you would not have come all this way unless you had something important to discuss, and I'm eager to hear what it is you have to say. Let's not do this on our doorstep, eh? Come with me.
Allow me to welcome you once more to Ralga's Reach, our humble headquarters. My name is Conrad Kemp, and I have the dubious honor of overseeing operations here.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Kemp. I am Alphino Leveilleur of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, as are my comrades. Before I speak of our purpose here, pray allow me to thank you for sheltering Ida, forgive me, Lys, and Papalimo at great risk to yourselves.
No, there's no need for that. They risked their necks for us enough times. 'Twas the least we could do.
I wanted to, I mean, about the mask and...
Don't fret over that. You're not the first person to take up arms against the Empire under a false name. We'd do the same if we had any sense. My condolences for your loss, child.
Papalimo laid down his life to save us, to give us a chance to make a better future for ourselves. There will never be a better time to drive the Garleans from our lands. But we have to take the lead on this. We can't leave it to fanatics like Ilberd.
More than a few of our people were taken in by his promises. Followed him all the way to the wall. Good men and women who never came back. When Monago told us what had happened, how the bastard had made sacrifices of them for his twisted ritual, by Rolger it filled me with an unholy fury. But what's done is done. Best we can do now is see that it wasn't all in vain.
That is why we are here today, sir, to see that some good comes of this tragedy. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, we do hereby extend a formal offer of military assistance to the Alamegan resistance.
Do you now? Well, go on then. I'm sure there's more to it than that. So that's the way of it, eh? The Alliance, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation with the superior forces of the Empire, wishes to engage them by proxy with our vastly inferior ones. My comrades and I must confer on your proposal. A moment, if you please.
Of course, Master Camp. Take all the time you require.
So, it seems we find ourselves with a surfeit of free time. Ah, forgive me. You're free to look around Ralger's Reach. In fact, I would encourage you to do so. It'll give you a better grasp of our current circumstances. Thank you, Master Kemp. I believe we will do just that. What's going on in his back? Let's make the most of this opportunity and assess the Resistance's capabilities. Free to poke our noses wheresoever we will, eh? Like the sound of that. Well, I already know this place inside out. I can show you around if you like, Fluffy. Great. Let's get started. But you think the Resistance is mostly made up of Alamegan Highlanders like me, but the truth is, we don't even account for half. We've got Hell's Guard from all the way over by the Spine in here, and plenty of Seekers of the Sun like Nago. There's even some Beastmen, well, Beastwomen, I suppose, like that one over there. She's an Ananta. They've been with us for a while now. Well, one of the smaller factions has. The rest won't have anything to do with us. We're no different from the Garleans to them. They keep to themselves, spending all their time crafting. Ananta make the most amazing jewelry, by the way. Use magics to twist metals and crystal into shapes you wouldn't believe. It's a pity people hardly ever get to see their work, but then most don't even know they exist. It's enough about them, anyway. Let's take a closer look at the statue of Ralger, shall we? Pretty awe-inspiring, isn't it? The breaker of worlds, who guided our ancestors to these lands all those centuries ago. Ida used to tell me the story on stormy nights. She wanted me to understand, to remember. At the end of the 5th astral era, when the waters rose higher and higher, people all across Eorzea beseeched the heavens for a sign, and lo, a burning star appeared in the eastern sky and led the way to these mountains of Garabania. They who were saved by his grace pledged to honor and revere him, to devote themselves to great works without and within. The storm of blood approaches fast, hell's open, heavens weep, for no one's soul doth lie beyond the measure of his reach. That last part was inscribed on this stone by a monk of the Fist of Ralgr. Ida explained it to me. A day will come, bringing strife and sorrow that none may escape. Waste not these precious hours, but in quiet preparation make strong the body and mind. I don't know if that storm of blood is finally upon us, but if it is, I have to believe that everything we've been through, everything that has led us to this point, will see us through in the end. Sorry. That was all a bit melodramatic, wasn't it? Let's keep moving, shall we? Off to the infirmary. This is the infirmary. As you can probably tell, here's where the resistance healers patch up the wounded and tend to the sick. No matter how carefully we planned our operations, casualties were inevitable. It's a sad thing to think about, but it's also important to remember the cost, as Conrad would say. We should go. I'll show you the Aetheryte Plaza next. You've seen one Aetheryte, you've seen them all, right? Not quite. This one's an older design, dating back decades to when the Fist of Ralgr was still here. It may look a little different, but it works just as well as any other. I'll show you where the sutlers are next, but don't forget to attune to the Aetheryte before we go. Yeah, I guess it's different. It's a triangle screwdriver shape instead of a kind of formless thing. Shapeless form, whatever. Arms, armor, potions, you name it. These folks have got it. The Resistance would be in a bad way without brave merchants to keep it provisioned. If you're short on anything, or you need something repaired, these are the people to speak to. Oh, Alphino and Alisai are here. Why don't we see how they're getting on? Probably an upgrade. We're into like... Nope. Alright. Come to take them in. Ugh. Measure of our friendly neighborhood merchants. They're a bold lot, that much is plain. If the Imperials found out they were peddling their wares to the Resistance, they would be lucky to escape with their lives. 'Tis a gamble, I admire their courage, but their motives could hardly be said to be altruistic. Ah, here you are. I've been looking all over for you. We've finished discussing your proposal, and we're ready to receive you all back at the tent. I've sent someone to fetch your stolen Kryl, but if you'd like to follow me...
Thank you all for waiting. We have reached a consensus. I, Conrad Kemp, do hereby accept the Eorzean Alliance's proposal. You must understand, however, that our cooperation comes with certain caveats.
Those caveats being...
I take no joy in this, just so you know. Were it within my power, I'd offer you more assistance. But the Resistance is far more fragmented than you realize. The men and women in my care belong to but one of many factions. Simply put, I can only speak for the people of Rolga's Reach. Now, I have every intention of appealing to the others, and I expect many will agree. But it will take time, and I cannot guarantee universal support.
Understood. I shall see that the Alliance is under no misapprehensions as to your position.
Much obliged. But that's not the whole of it. As you can imagine, the loss of those who cast their lot with the Griffin left us short on numbers. Some of our most trusted veterans died at the wall, and we've had to fill their posts with the young and inexperienced. Frankly, everything's in a right bloody mess.
Oh, we'd be more than happy to help you get back on your feet. If we're going to work together, we'll be doing ourselves a favor.
Well, there's no shortage of work to be done, that's for sure. We're in dire need of new blood, too.
Ishtola and I could lend a hand in the infirmary. From what I saw, they could do with a few more healers.
Very well. I, for my part, shall return to the Rising Stones. I'm certain there are others among the Scions who would welcome the opportunity to fight for Alamegan liberation.
Unified, solemn head nod.
Is there anything else we can do to help?
I had something else in mind for you lot. Monargo and Mefred will tell you more.
Understood. We won't let you down.
Right then, Monargo and Mefred are to be our keepers. Knowing not of what they require, one task is as good as the other. Make your choice, Fluffy. Guess I'll take the materia. I don't know. Do I pick one or do I do both? At the risk of repeating myself, it's still hard for me to believe that we'd meet again here, of all places. But I reckon you probably don't remember me after all this time, eh? Nope. No, it was a lifetime ago. There is no need to apologize, but know that down in Quarry Mill, we didn't forget about you, nor the lives you saved. I don't even remember the name of that place. As for me, I went to Little Alamigo while Galleon was recovering. Gundobald was my former commander and an old friend, and I had a lot on my mind. In the end, I decided to disband our unit. I told the men to live their lives as they saw fit. Some chose to remain in Little Alamigo, and others went to Ul'dah for work. But as you can see, I chose to come back to Garabania and join Conrad and the others. Kept busy since then, ferrying people and provisions across the border and back. It's not been easy, but it's been fulfilling. Today, however, we'll be heading east into the peaks. Conrad thinks we might have luck finding new recruits in the village of Alaganha. Alaganha? If you're going there, you're taking me with you. Oh, that's right. You're from Alaganha, aren't you, Elise? By all means, we'd welcome the company. There'll be more to it than just asking around, but we can talk about it on the way. Make your preparations and meet me by the tunnel to the peaks. Before we begin, I'd like to thank you and the Scions again for patching me up after I bled all over your floor. I owe you my life, and I won't forget that. Furthermore, it was rude of me to run off without saying a word. It's all well and good, me claiming my duties here couldn't wait, but a parting thank you was the very least you deserved. My apologies. Happy solemn nod. And thank you. Now to business. Commander Kemps entrusted me with a formal reply to be hand-delivered to the Alliance leadership. It covers everything we discussed, as well as detailing the disposition of our forces. What I need is an escort, 1 or 2 men at most, so we can make it to the wall swiftly and without attracting undue attention. Very well, I shall join you in this. General Alden commands the forces at Castrum Orines. It should be simple enough to see it into his hands. Great. That's just what I wanted to hear. When you're ready to depart, meet me at the pass leading out of the Reach. What's this blue thing? Purple chocobo. I kind of want to figure out how to actually customize the chocobo. There's a sightseeing log, unless I'm mistaken. Nope. Yep. I don't really care. Great. Give me more of these things in this book that I probably won't do. Let us be off. This tunnel will take us all the way to the peaks. On a mission for Conrad to Alaganha. Clear the barricade, if you would. Aye, sir. Shouldn't take more than a moment. There are more villages than there than out here, but also more Imperials keeping a close eye on things. We'll need to tread carefully. Guess I want to do this one first. I don't know. Right, you hear that? That was a cerulean engine backfiring. Imperials. Gods, you have preternatural senses. I didn't hear a thing. When you grow up hunting in these lands, you learn to discern the sounds that could mean life and death. Be they of a predator or a patrol. From what I'm hearing, we have a 7-man patrol augmented with a single Magitech armor. Wide search pattern, divided into 2, no, 3 teams. I don't think they know we're here. It's risky, but we should split up and try to take them all by surprise. At the same time, we don't want them calling reinforcements. 3 teams, 3 of us. Nothing for it then. Where are they? Head north. You should see them long before they see you. I'll deal with the ones to the south. The armor should be just to the west. Fluffy's best equipped to deal with that. We attack in 5. Should be enough time to get into position. Rendezvous on the west bank after. Any questions? No? And good luck. It's a popper. Looks like everything went to plan. Not that I'm surprised. The 3 soldiers I faced didn't put up much of a fight. Most of the Imperials we get out here are conscripts from other provinces, with little training and even less conviction. It's grim work killing men and women like that, but don't doubt that they'd do the same to you if the roles were reversed. Don't you dare pity a man in armor. Conscript or no, a soldier piloting one of those can kill a dozen good men in the blink of an eye. Not that I need to tell you that after what happened at the wall. It's not worse, it's just exactly the same. If I wanted to look more armory, I could. Right, I believe we've rested long enough. We should resume our journey before someone notices their missing patrol. Big hole. Dang it. We're clear. Only Alliance patrols ahead. Said the forces at Castrum Organs were under the command of Flame General Rabon Alden, did you not? By Ralgar, the Bull of Alamigo himself. I never dreamed I'd have a chance to meet the legend. Run, awkward bird.
It is good to see you again, my friends. I hope you are here to tell me you have made contact with the Resistance.
We are, General. Allow me to introduce Monago of Rolga's Reach.
At your service, sir. And may I say what an absolute honor it is to stand before the Bull of Alamigo.
These are not the Blood Sands, girl. You and I are but soldiers on a battlefield fighting for the same cause.
As you say, General. On behalf of Commander Kemp of the Alamigan Resistance, I present to you our formal response.
Good. I'm glad we've reached an accord. Though I was not aware you had suffered such losses.
Aye. Some of our finest took part in the Griffin's doomed assault, and we've been struggling to find new recruits ever since. The massacres cast a pall over the whole Resistance, and many who might once have been open to joining us have since thought better of it.
After all of the Griffin's false promises, one can hardly blame them. They have no desire to give their lives for a lost cause.
Out.
We will not lie to them. This is war, and lives will be lost. Yet what we offer is not the fever dream of a madman, but true hope.
The people need proof of this, Father. Let us show it to them. I say we stand shoulder to shoulder with our new allies and engage the Garleans in open warfare. The Resistance must demonstrate that they can hold their own against Imperial regulars. And with our assistance, I am confident they can do just that. If we can achieve even a token victory, I believe it will serve to rekindle the hope of the Alamigan people and inspire them to rise up once more.
Aye. Aye. Once word spread that we'd won a battle against the Garleans, I'd wager we'd have new recruits flocking to us from malms around. The question is, when and where do we strike?
I'm glad you asked. I have a plan.
Scouts recently informed me of an interesting development at Castellum Velodina, namely the arrival of a shipment rumored to have come from the research and development facilities near the capital, containing prototype Magitech armor. It is our assessment that this armor is to be field tested here, most likely against Alliance forces, mayhap before the day is out. Damn it all, more Magitech weapons is the last thing we need. Your concern is not unwarranted, but we needn't despair just yet. The shipment is thought to have contained a single heavy unit and 1 or 2 support units. With a well-laid ambush, we are confident we can destroy them all, hindering their development and delaying future deployment. And should we carry this out as a joint endeavor with the Resistance, they will have their rallying cry. Mean dropping all pretense about the Alliance not wanting to go to war with the Empire, but you'd have a lot more folk willing to stand up and fight if they knew they weren't alone. And you were going to have to do it eventually anyways. Exactly, and so what I propose is simple. We harry their patrols to bait them into bringing their prototype weapons to East End, where our Resistance allies will take them from behind. Simple indeed, and well within our capabilities. I see no reason to delay, especially if a field test is imminent. What say you? Assuming the Vice Marshal's intelligence is accurate, I agree with his assessment and fully support his plan. I shall notify my comrades at once. Understood. I shall have one of my men bring you the details of the plan anon. We, for our part, will be fighting with the Alliance, yes? I somehow doubt you were intending to sit this one out. been careful to avoid needless shows of force this side of the wall, but that's all about to change, and when it does, you may be sure they'll send their new toys out to entertain us. I would ask you to participate in this operation, but from that look I see, it is a foregone conclusion. My thanks. For Pippin's plan, we need to turn East End into an imperial graveyard. You're a dab hand at this, and I'd be a fool not to use you. Head to this spot on your map, right here. A patrol should be along shortly. Deal with them, then rendezvous with the rest of us at this location. Go well, Fluffy. Lieutenant Orkson, just the man I wanted to see. We've misplaced a number of Garland drones taken from Baelsar's wall, and by misplaced I mean the damn thing sprang to life and stormed out of the base. They need to be dealt with before any civilians come to harm. Being familiar with Magitex as you are, I can think of no one better to assist us. If you would be willing to help, go and speak with the Lieutenant. She is overseeing the initiative to terminate the drones. Lieutenant Orkson, your assistance is greatly appreciated. The drones were not in our possession for very long, but a cursory inspection showed that they are made with a heretofore unknown metal alloy. They are all but impervious to traditional firearms, which is why we commissioned Garland Ironworks to fashion a weapon capable of penetrating their armor. It has since been fitted to a single Magitech armor, which I would ask you to pilot. If I'm not mistaken, this would not be the first time you've piloted one of these suits. It should take you no time, then, to familiarize yourself with the controls. Now, the drones were last sighted due east of here and to the north along the Veldina River. I fear recapturing them is out of the question, so do whatever you deem necessary to stop them. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Love me some good clomping. I guess not. Nope. Scouts report that a unit escorting the prototype weapons has left Castellum Velda. Resistance is already in position, so we have but to wait for our guest to arrive.
Things looked grim for us after Cartano, didn't they? Oh, how they doubted us. Yet here we are, right as rain, with fancy new toys to put through their paces. It's like all my name days have come at once!
You like saying that?
Well, 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 if it isn't Garland's little troublemaker. I can't wait to see the look on Xenos' face when I bring him your head. That is, if my secret weapons here don't grind it into mush. Attack!
So much help. Because I'm also not used to not being a DPS class. He who fights and runs. What the hells are you lot? For Alamigo, let none escape.
Oh! Damn it all! Miracles of Magitech design, my arse! I've passed harder stools than these piles of scrap. You'll pay for this. Mark my words, the next time we meet will be the last.
That sounds like reverse foreshadowing.
Aye!
It'd be nice
Run,
if I
tell
only
you,
had to
Viceroy!
meet him once.
The day belongs to Alamigo!
Yeah. Yas, queen. Well done, all of you. I'd call this operation a resounding success. Can't say I'm surprised. The Bull of Alamigo had an impressive military record before he went west, as I recall. Credit where it's due, Master Kemp. It was Marshal Tarpin who made this plan, and all of you, Resistance and Alliance alike, carried it out to perfection. Aye, that they did. Not a single casualty, for which I am grateful beyond words. I've no doubt our comrades back at the Reach will feel the same, as will ours. It's been a pleasure, General. Until the next battle, Manago, I leave the Scions in your care. I shall return to the castrum then. Fluffy, Mistress Lavalure. Once more you have my thanks, as Master Kemp said, until the next battle. I'd heard the stories, but to actually see you in action, I almost found myself pitying the Imperials. Seriously though, it was inspirational. Ah, but you must be tired of hearing that, eh? Keep it simple then. Thanks for the help out there. I don't want any of these. Samurai, Dark Warrior, Cat's Balger. Well, there's no reason to remain here any longer. Let's get back to the Reach. gone much further than the Villadane River. Guess if I want to level up this other class, skipping all the side quests is not as much of a no-brainer. Sounds like that guy knows how to play mahjong. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm already level 70 with Dragoon, so I figure if I mean to ever have a tank and a healer, I might as well start working on some of that before I complete the game. Complete the story, that is to say. Yeah. Yep, that's what I was thinking. So I'll probably play Gunbreaker up to 70. And then switch back. Or maybe even work on a healer. That being said, I'm starting to feel pretty droopy in the eyelids section of my life. So I'm gonna call it for a day. What's my timer? Yeah, I'll do another training. Want that to be done with. Making some progress on a new expansion. Pretty sure only one more rep level with the Vath, which is nice. I'm gonna have to go back for those birds for a while though. Alright. Well, on that note, I'll catch you next time, Laugh. Probably tomorrow. Bye-bye.